Hello. Lazy day, humid day, rain day. So just like whatever shirt again while it's unpleasant. Hi. Okay. Starting off today's stream with the same thing we started off yesterday's stream. Oh, you know what? I should unplug this from power. That would be smart before I go jamming my finger around in there. All right. Before we get started on the actual project for today, I want to see what people think about an idea here because of this thing. All right, so first off, I'll clue you all in. If you weren't here yesterday, I got this. This is a 120 volt AC latching foot switch. So this controls power, all right? And it just goes to a micro switch there. That's how this thing works, all right? But it comes in this nice aluminum cast chassis. And initially, I had the thought of, oh, I could desolder one of these wires going to this thing and then put a fuse holder in here. And then
subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 51 months, currently on a 51-month streak. And says, yay, a foot switch. End of line.
Lanesy, thank you for the tier 1 sub there, and for 51 months there. Thank you. It's all one storm, Saran. It hasn't actually stopped since the first one. It's one cloud system moving through. Anyway, hot rainy days, just all our hot days, yeah. So, but since this last system hadn't rained this year, at the least. Anyway, so here's the thing, okay? I was looking at stuff on Amazon, like what fuse holders could I get, okay? So the left one there is one that I chucked in my cart yesterday just to remind myself, like, oh, I should get one. And then I looked at it, and it's kind of horrifying. That's supposed to be for mains power, and it's just a little wire with a piece of aluminum scrap crimped to the end, and then it's the same on the other end, but they got a spring that pushes up on it. That's horrifying. So, and it seems like every single inline glass fuse holder is like that. The only option to get one that isn't utter garbage like that is automotive fuses. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, really? So here's my thought. Get the kind that's on the right, the panel mount fuse. Maybe not necessarily that exact one, but that kind of thing. Because there's another thought that occurred to me. if I am intentionally under-speccing the fuse so that it's guaranteed to blow first, I'm going to have to open this thing up a bunch, more so than I would be doing right now even. And I had the thought that for that gasket thing that I like, having to open it and close it and open it again, probably not the best thing. You ever real do panel mount? Yeah. So here was the thought I had. We get the panel mount one, we drill it out here to put the panel mount on the back. And then since we're going to be poking a hole in it anyway, we can figure out some kind of power indicator light that we could put on here. So before we start proper on today's stream, I am still baby drill. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be fun to drill. It'll be possible, but yeah, stupid autocorrect. Yeah. I don't know exactly how I would want to do small 120 volt power indicator. Like that does not seem easy. Get one of those resettable circuit breakers. Yeah, I looked into that. It's not simple and they're all huge. It wouldn't fit in this. So neon, I mean, yeah, but like you can say that, but how? Like my initial thought, Christmas tree bulb. Seems to make a lot more sense. So what I could do is that, and then, I don't know, like, problem is poking it out and kind of trying to maintain it not being utter garbage. I think there are guitar amplifier jewel light. Yeah, but HoshiTube, I'm saying a panel one is the size of this whole box. It's not gonna fit. Just straight up. Just do not entertain the idea of a circuit breaker. Just get it out of your head. Not happening. Series neon panel mount indicator white. Well, I mean, actually, that's not that bad. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, here's another potential. Well, expensive? It is. Yeah. The round one I showed? I never showed anything. Those were fuse holders. 3D printing a lid that's transparent. 3D printing is not. No. Glass screen. The fuse part's easy. It's a light. A light is the hard part. So I don't know how to handle the light. So Helencroft, that thing. Trying to think of how that would get implemented. Let's go over to the computer real quick. Let's do that, because that's where we're going to be going anyway, and look at options. Here's my concern, okay? Power has to go through the light. We do have a, let me express the concern. Wiring it in such a way that all of the current doesn't go through the light in the same way that a dim bulb tester works. Note, don't get any ideas about integrating a dim bulb tester. Because I don't want that in this. I just want the fuse. Okay, hold on. Let me get this out of here. Let me close the remote desktop as well. One moment. Can't read chat. Okay. All right, I'll look at this. So, oh, neon panel. Okay, so that's, yeah, we are drilling holes. Yeah, so Sanity, these are like the one kind of inline glass fuse holder, and they are horrifyingly made. They are absolute garbage. I don't like the idea. So I want a panel mount fuse holder, and I can either have the panel mount fuse holder rattling around inside, or I can just actually panel mount it. Will it flicker at 60 hertz? I don't care if it flickers. Any solution for this, I assume, is going to flicker. Okay, so are these raw bulbs? No, they come in a little enclosure. Okay. That seems like your guitar thing, potentially, Deziak. Temporarily out of stock. That's not a great sign. It's not that big. Okay. The benefit to the fuses is that I can buy extremely fast blowing fuses, and I can change out the current limit like that. Having the panel mount fuse holder also allows me to put in lower value ones where I can, say, have a higher headroom, where I know that this device shouldn't use, say, more than 5 amps. And then I can put the 5 amp fuse in there and be sure that that would be what blows first. So I'm really not interested in the resettable circuit breaker kind of thing, because these are generally slower. And then I'm bought into that one ecosystem. I can't change it, or one value. I could change it, but that's obviously a lot more work than just swapping out the fuse. Let's see if there's just a fuse holder with an integrated light. Fuse holder light. With indicator light. How does this work? That does not look very panel mountable. You can prevent being surprised by a refa? I don't know about that. See, these are what I was talking about that just will not fit in the box. They're not viable. And I don't think I'm going to get one that will actually work. I mean, I searched fuse holder light. I don't know that panel mount is going to panel. We don't need mount. Panel should eliminate it, but I don't think that. Yeah, because I feel like it could all be integrated into one. Yeah. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I don't want a light that tells me the fuse blew. I want a light that tells me the thing is on, and separately, I also want a fuse. I love that that's made in China.com, but sure. Yeah, essentially that, maybe. Yeah, that's kind of it. So if I can find that, but not that, then yeah. Yeah, Poot, I've been talking about doing that for years. We're just adding a fuse to this and moving on, because that's actually going to happen. Unlike trying to say I'm going to do all this other crazy stuff that's just straight up never going to happen, because dealing with power stuff sucks. Fuse holder with light will indicate a blown fuse. Why can't they just indicate an on power? Panel mount 120 volt light. mean, these are pretty easy. Okay, and then let's really quick think about this. KiCad. Schematic editor. Okay, so we've got a bad scroll wheel. Switch. Switch. Why is that such a weird looking switch? Fine. Latch. Why does it keep scrolling down? NC normally closed. Trying to just think what could. How do they not just have like a regular old switch? What am I missing? R. Hold on. This is. I just want to look at the generic thing. SPST? Yeah, actually, SPST. That'll do it. There we go. Yes. Okay. So we have this. We've got con 2, essentially. All right. So we have this. And then we have this. Okay. So that's the box. Now, I can connect lamp. So I think I would do this for a parallel lamp. That should work. Box is ground wire, but it's irrelevant to this. So just trying to figure out how I would do this without putting the lamp in series, because I don't want to do that. That should work. Okay, I just needed to work that out in my brain. Lamp is on when switch is open. Yes, it is. Ah, that's the problem. No, yeah, that does not work. Dang it. This is why I needed to work through this. Okay. I thought X deleted this stuff. Delete, delete, delete. Okay. Is it not possible to not run it in series? All right, then we don't have a lamp. No lamp. Yeah, disregard the lamp. Yeah, we have a ground wire, but I don't want to do that. I don't want that to get funky. All right, so fuse only, no power on indicator. All right, so I'm just gonna buy panel mount, fuse, I don't know, some random one, doesn't really matter. But Desiac, we need to interrupt power. Oh, no, it's just straight up impossible. Never mind. It's impossible to put a lamp in the box. Yeah, I don't know how I didn't think about this. Duh. Yeah, I didn't think so. 120 VAC. You know, just VAC, whatever. Why? All right, let's do it the lame way. Outlet. Okay, we got power coming from one place, power coming from another place because it's AC. This goes over to the box where we have, I guess the switch is on. So yeah, this is the problem. We've got switch over here, and then we got DUT over here. So in a way, this is all one side of the wire inside of the entire box. So that's why it has to be in series. That's the only way you can do it. I don't want off indication. It's going to spend 90% of its time off. I don't want it to be, I don't want the light to be on when it's off. It's not the singular milliamps, it's it will just burn out. The Vorpal sword, I wasn't going to touch it because I only had 5 minutes left. And I would have to be a complete idiot to try and build a project in a new language in 5 minutes. Yeah, but Dziak here. So what I'm saying, Dziak, is this is the entirety of the box, the switch box right here. We don't have access to this wire in the box. So Dziak sent me a picture where he was trying to show how he would write this up or wire this up. The problem is we have one wire, one side. We do not have access to both sides in the box. It just is, it's an interrupt only, essentially. So maybe I could put this another way, all right? Let's say we do this, all right? I get rid of this stuff. This just comes back out over here, all right? And then it continues on like this.
So you are saying you are an incomplete idiot. What part do we need to source? And does it need a reference diskette question mark? End of line.
I don't remember the context of that, but sure. Thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. Yeah, we only have one side in the box, is what I'm saying. We do not have access to the, let's call it neutral side at all. Now, technically, ground is in the box, but I don't want to screw with that. I think that's a bad idea. I don't want ground to have any kind of charge stuff going on. Yeah, I think the weird, yeah. So I think the neutral is like just a straight bar going through the plug. I don't think it ever does anything. We've already covered a breaker is a no-go, Vorpal Sword. So, yeah, no light. Light is impossible. We're just going to add a fuse holder. All right. That's it. Adding fuse holder. Moving on. I'm just waiting for this page to reload. I'm going to add this to my cart. I'm not necessarily buying that one. but I will shop around later for one. All right, let's move on. All right. It's kind of a shame it's impossible to add a light, but on the other hand, it didn't come with it. Alrighty. So, actual objective for today is MediaBasket. Yay, MediaBasket. Woo! All right. So, I have been attempting to add in the background between streams some more stuff to this so that it can, you know, work. But I just need to spend a little bit more time on it. So, light might be a power strip. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be. I'm gonna just like plug a power strip into the switch and then I'll do it through that. So, yeah, I don't want to do that, Helen Croft. Call it superstitious if you want. I don't care. I do not want to run a light to ground in the box. Again, I may be using the ground for a grounding strap and then it would be connected to me. I just like, there's so many, I don't want to mess with it. All right. Sanity. Do I have a choice in something like that? Like literally. All right, let's move on. Drop the whole power, everything. Just getting away from that topic entirely. No more. Okay. So let's cover what this is. This is MediaBasket. You may have seen my software PyDiscRip be used while working on archiving stuff. So I will run that once here. I can't quite run it there. Let's go to Archive, OneDrive, DiskRip, -S, settings, web. Okay, and now I can Control F5, refresh this. All right, so this is my old software that I use for ripping CDs and floppy disks. The floppy disk part is why something like Automated Rip Machine is not an option because, well, actually, Automated Rip Machine is really more about just fetching metadata for stuff, and CD metadata is easy with the MusicBrainz API, and movie metadata is on the disk. So that's real easy too. So, that I'm not concerned about either of those, and really movies aren't even going to be supported. I'm just going to rip them to ISOs and then whatever happens, happens. So I'm rewriting this because this sucks. And I'm rewriting it mostly because the back end is unmaintainable because it started out as a command line program that got a web interface grafted onto it, and it makes adding features for different things basically impossible. So we're switching over to a web front end first focus, and then we're building in the back end stuff after that because the back end stuff's already done working in PyDiscRip. So now, where I'm at, the RIP interface here, this is the basic information for starting a RIP, but it's not quite there. You just described Windows 3, yeah, really. So there's this, but then there's also the configuration for different devices that I want to be able to integrate into this and the web interface and stuff. So I need to work more on the web front end stuff for making sure the software is actually usable. So we're going to work on this today and see what we can get done. So for the record, if I kill the software, run the database editor, drag the database file into here, drag the database file into the correct software, go into browse data, go to data or media jobs, set the status to 2, apply, close this, yes, save, restart the software. Now we will see keep. Now we run this again, drop the database again, browse data again, go to the media jobs again, change the status again, save the database, launch it again. Now we have a visual of what a media sample looks like when it's in progress. But there's no actual logic behind this yet. We're just defining the front end so that we know what we need for access to in the back end. So, okay. There. I think we're all caught up. So let's look at the Git log here really quick so I can understand what I was last working on, because it's been a little while, and the longer I go between working on this, the more difficult it becomes to maintain it. Okay, start config page, add queue order to database independent of timestamp for later use. Yes, okay. Yeah, that's right. How implemented is that? So one thought I had while I was working on stuff is that queue order here. All right. Now, initially, and I think this is currently doing this, I was going to sort the queue order by timestamp. But one of the things that I want to add into this software that is impossible in the old software is the ability to edit the queue on the fly. So let's say I have a disk in there, or I'm looking through the floppies I've got here. I thought one set had like 4 disks, and it turns out it only has 3, and I need to remove one, or maybe I thought I had 3 and it had 4, and I need to add one more, but it's in the middle of the queue that already exists. What I could do is I could go add an entry here, and then in the queue, I need to be able to move the order of these. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a radio checkbox here, and then I have controls up here to like move up, move down, that kind of stuff. But if they're sorted by timestamp, that becomes impossible. So what I determined is a separate index sorting thing is absolutely required. I don't remember exactly how we determined that should work. I know Ben was there for this discussion, but Ben's off in a field doing whatever. I don't know. I think they're digging up magnets. I don't know. I think we determined that this just needs to be a completely... I'm not worried about it right now, Hellencroft. I don't want to think about it anymore. One of the thoughts that I had for the queue was to use a Unix timestamp of the epoch in milliseconds or seconds as the starting point for the queue order. Because then I could, say, take the next one and then just bump it up by 1 or something. But I think I logicked through it all, and there were reasons, man, this sucks not working on this contiguously. Having this be just sporadic is really annoying. I don't know, maybe we really need to knuckle down and actually do some real progress on this thing to get it off the ground. No, because it's not going to be human editable, Portizos, so there's no real reason to do that. Yeah, I vetoed using a timestamp because we would duplicate the timestamp, and then I would have to, like, offset it, and then it would be weird. I think what ultimately happened is I came to the conclusion where you could... but it would, Portizo, that's the thing. So let's just logic through this really quick, because this is why we ended up in the position where we were. Because I was originally going to do something like this, and then I was going to say, oh, I will, do this on the fly. Let's say we want to move... I'm going to add a couple of these. Let's add, just 1 through 9. Okay, let's say we want to move this one up a row, all right? So we have two options. One, we look at the index above it, and then we make it one number less than that, all right? So let's say we do this as A B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Okay. So we want to move E above D. So for the index number, what I could do is I could say, I'm going to move it above here. I'm going to just take that number and I'm going to decrement it by 1. All right. So this is option A for how to do this. Then the problem becomes, what if I want to move F between these two? I can no longer just decrement this number by 1 because now we would have a collision. And then I would have to go up here and decrement this number by 1. And I end up in this position where I have this cascading number adjustment. So having it offset by just 1 doesn't really work. So we go back to this. Then your thought is, well, we take this, we do this, and then we just split the difference and we make it 35. Well, we only have 4 spaces between these two. And then the next one, we have this. What am I supposed to split the difference between here and here? So now it's 38. And then we do it again. And we're back to the same spot, 39. And then we have to do the exact same thing where we have to offset every number from here that we want to move. So that's why we don't want to do it that way. So the only sensible way.
Matchenko text as ZHEER 100. Just swap adjacent entries. End of line.
That doesn't really work either. You are assuming, well, I mean, that's kind of what it's going to be, but let's say we add 10 down here, all right? 10Z, and we want Z to go here, all right? Now we have to shift all of these down, but we're still going to have to do that. So I'm saying that that's what it's going to be no matter what, is essentially that. Your interstate off-ramp numbering problems, yeah. But thank you for the 100 bits, Majenko. So essentially, it is going to be swapping numbers, but yeah, I guess that is gonna be how it is. Yeah, linked list not happening. That's exactly the kind of nightmare thing that I implemented in PyDescript that I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to make code not keep it simple stupid, but keep it like ultra basic, not have to think about it too hard stupid. Yeah, that's what it's going to be, Majenko. Yeah, that's why I came to the conclusion here that I did. This is the successor to PyDescript, yes. So that is already going to be what this is. Is that implemented in the, it's probably not. We're not going to touch that today because I have more notes elsewhere in Discord that I'll have to go through when I want to mess with that some more. But for right now, we are going to be using that. So that'll be automatically generated. Oh yeah, one thing that was a minor issue with that, and where this is slightly a pain, is that we cannot do an automatic incrementing key for that. It's just not how SQLite works. So I will have to read whatever the last value is and then put it in there. I think that was another one of the things that I was trying to avoid. So, yeah. Formal scripted video about this when I'm done? I don't know. So far, no software video I have ever done has actually been received that well. The reality is, at some point, I probably will talk about it, but No one will care. So. At this point, everyone thinks that this kind of thing is a solved problem when it really isn't. But then the other thing is that I'm building this for my exact use case, so it's not necessarily relevant to other people. That, and what I'm doing isn't anything that's low level to like floppy disks or CDs or any of that stuff. I'm just creating an orchestrator that puppets all of the other tools to do what I want. The only low level thing I did was for the CD robot control, which I already made a video about. All right, let's ignore that. Mute the monitor. There's no reason for that to have sound. Okay, so let me go through what I'm looking at here. Change a new data model, implement some minor web reading. Okay, I need to be better about making... You know what, do I have like a README in here that's got like actual stuff I want to do or whatever? Look at this. I kind of do. Okay. I did not put any information into this for how ordering would work, though. Media job queue. Media jobs are added dedicated table track through their status field. Oh my gosh, why is this not word wrapping? There we go. C data begins fragmented data cast. Yeah, that's not quite the same. Okay. Clear all cache files. That was unrelated CSS layout work for DB data. Add queue order, DB independent of timestamp for later use. Start config page. Actually add the config page files. Okay. So I was last working on implementing this. Okay. So, I just noticed. What the heck is this? I assume GitLab added that on its own. That's hilarious. Okay. Let's just add a roadmap section down here. Roadmap. Okay. So, config page. Say rip page dashboard / queue and then the admin is just going to be tables of garbage. Not even, we might, I think we'll have action queue, but it's not going to be, I don't know, we'll look at that later. Basically, I want to be able to track all of the currently running processes and threads and stuff here, and just have them be shown, but they'll also be active here, like we'll see progress 30% on a particular one there. So this would just be a different way of viewing this, but flat, as opposed to organized by this, just to see what stuff is and is not running. Maybe, I don't know if there's a way of killing a Python process or sub-process or an async task early. Because it'd be kind of cool if I had a button to be able to like, oh, this is, the 7-zip is clearly opening a zip bomb or something from that CD I archived. I should be able to kill that. So yeah. All right. So let's add some roadmap stuff here. Dashboard page. Need to implement, I can spell words. Let's enable tools, spelling, controls for reordering queue, but we can't add to the queue yet. So rip page should be first. However, I think rip page is dependent on the queue. So those gradients really sell it. I wanted a UI that was fun, and that's how that ends up working out. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. It's gonna have color. It's gonna have like interesting design cosmetics. So when I complained about the whimsy of the emoticons or emojis on the Flux Engine page yesterday, it was because that's like, I don't know, a weird way of adding something like that when you could have fun colors, like, you know. So it's just different concepts of the same idea, but I prefer this. All right. So, general workflow for this. We're going to start the software and it has to be able to load the configuration information. So we need to have config file stuff. So the config file is what this gets saved to. I don't like how the highlighting works on the headers here. I still got to figure that out, but that's a later problem. So we're going to set output path. One benefit to this, since it's SQL based, it's going to be, there won't be the watch folder. So PyDiskRip has a watch folder. If I go open this up here, I didn't want a new window, but whatever, that's fine. And show the, okay, apparently I deleted that here. And show the, yeah, input. So this folder gets the, this stuff, essentially. The JSON files that describe how to do the actual rip. We don't need that with this. So, problem for future, Shelby? Yeah, I'm fine putting off some CSS. I did a little bit more CSS to make this suck less, but, yeah. Oh, on CSS, actually, hold on, check this out. If I kill and launch the software a few times, and then go back to this, and then go here. I don't remember if I did this on stream or not, so if you've seen this, you know, oh well. 3. Apply, sure. Save. Close. Run. Boom. There is a flex grid view thing that lets it fill out in a non-linear way if you want. So on CSS stuff. Okay. All right, so let's think about this. When we rip, we need to be able to set some information. So let's bring up PyDiskRip again. I'm going to open it in a separate tab so that I can leave it killed in the background. Archive, OneDrive. Boom, and now die. Okay. So the config options is a complicated thing. We need to be able to add some of this information for the rip job, but we don't need all of it. So I think things like this config, which driver we're using for CDR-DAO, we're not going to change that on the fly. I mean, it's possible you could want to change the byte swap on the fly per disk, but
subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 3 months. End of line.
Bullet Thorn, thank you for the Prime sub and for 3 months there. I appreciate that. Yeah, byte swap's the only thing I would really think you would want to change on the fly, but I feel like that's something you could also just set up for the whole queue. Like if you're ripping a bunch of PlayStation games where you want to byte swap those so the audio works or whatever, you know, that'd be like a different thing. So maybe that would be fine as an actual config option, as opposed to, let me run the software. So a full config option as opposed to a rip option. Well, Vorpal Sword, it was more about getting it to be functional. I got it functional and then added the web page on top of that, and that didn't work. Because the web page, really doesn't have any control over anything. Like, well, again, the baseline thing that I keep saying is that it would be impossible to rename this from the web page. So this needs to have the ability to rename one of these from the web page. That's just kind of like a baseline of what it should or should not be able to do. It's just the way that the data is structured here. This is completely detached from the actual stuff. It would be impossible. Whereas this, since it's all derived from the SQL database, it works completely differently. Okay. But, all right. This, though, as opposed to CDR-DAO, is a little more important. Being able to specify your Greaseweasel output format, although that's less important, but your actual decoded output format, the number of tracks, and the disk format. Now, that one's really important. So this means that we need to have some per format config options. So what it might be is that here, I think this was supposed to be on, oh, here, okay. So what we might do is have a JavaScript thing where, depending on what you pick here, it adds more options down here. So if we selected floppy as the type, then we would also have a drop down for drives, but that's will be added later. Then it would add another dialog box down here for selecting a Greaseweasel disk depth, which I might... Trying to think about this. In theory, it should be possible to get all of the currently available disk depths from the live Greaseweasel software. So I think it should be possible to generate a drop-down box of that. And I think what I would end up doing is I would have split sections like this, where we have the default disk depths and then the custom ones. Because one of the things that you can do in this software is it will... I'm just going to make a split tab, look at the code for PyDiskRip. When you go to run the Greaseweasel software, if you look at media... floppy, not open with spider. All right. It will first try to, somewhere in here. Oh, we don't use disk depths until decode. So data flux, here we go. So if it errors somewhere in here, convert data, try, use default disk depth, use repo disk depth. Yes. So if it tries to rip, if the disk depth does not exist in the default disk depth, then it uses the custom one defined in the repo. But I could also add a third option for a user specified disk depth file. Really, I would like to not have repo disk depths. I'd like to get every disk depth I make committed back upstream to the Greaseweasel, but I don't know. So yeah, we need to be able to have these. So in theory, I should be able to run commands like this to use custom disk depths and to retrieve those. So we can do something like that. Like you can redefine your tools right there. You got to go to the hardware store, buy a large screwdriver. Yeah, laser stripping robot. The Laserdisc tools are not automatable in the same way as this, so it wouldn't matter. I mean, yeah, just straight up not. Additionally, when it's 1 terabyte per disk, you're really working on one at a time. Or 1 terabyte per movie, more so. No, I'm not adding those. Because when you think HD DVD, which never going to happen, when you think Blu-ray, you're really meaning make MKV. That's what you really mean, which I would not want to try and automate, because make MKV and Blu-ray index files, they're really messy. I'll leave people to use automated rip machine for that. It's just not worth it. I will rip it as like a raw disk image, but that would be it. So yeah, I'm not touching that stuff because it just doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, so just mentally running through this. We would need for floppy to be able to specify a disk definition, which would be applied to the decode of the flux after the fact. And do we need anything else for that? I don't think so. Does the robot even read Blu-ray? Yes. I have ripped a PlayStation 3 game with it as a test. The OmniDrive firmware that... We never actually flashed that to the drives in the robot, did we? I don't think we did. Did we? Wait. No, it wasn't GT5. I think it was one of the Ratchet and Clanks. I already have all of my PS3 discs ripped, so it wasn't like critical to do it. Because the reality is, it was already easy to just do it in there. So. There's always bad lip sync because the webcam is not the audio source. There really isn't any benefit to 5-screen unless you want to see like ultra super stretched sides out the windows. Three-screen is good though. Okay. Yeah, we need to be able to configure. Okay, here's where I'm getting caught up. The configure needs to be able to set up drives so that we can have that loaded so that when we go to rip media, this gets populated with drop downs. Okay, so config page. Add ability to define drives. Yeah, because what I'm talking about there is this. This needs to be definable in the software. So something like this, controller type, will be different. Camera as a controller does need to be implemented. So I need to start implementing different controllers. Add controller definition. The controller is part, or the camera is part of that. Okay. Media handlers, that is important because if someone wants to use like ARU instead of redumper, they need to be able to do that. Add media handlers. There is no camera pan for floppy handling. No, there's no floppy robot. I'm not ever going to look into floppy robots either, because there will never be a comprehensive solution for that. Realistically, you could get one for 3.5-inch discs, but that's it. It's never going to happen for 5.25 or 8. Okay, is that everything I really need to add to this so far? I think that's good. So the way this is going to have to work is there will be, I guess, 3. We can define the media handlers within this here. So let's just do that really quick. We can add logic behind that later, but for right now, I'd like to get the web page representative of what I'm trying to actually implement. Fair for storing floppies. That doesn't put them in the drives. I need rip defaults. I should probably, I don't remember why I put this here. I need this, and then before save config, I want to put media handlers. And then I'm gonna pull this out, put it here. Okay, for floppy, we will have, we don't need opt groups for this. This will be media handler floppy. We'll have GW, Grease, Weasel. And then that's going to be it for now. In theory, I could add CryoFlux support through DTC, but yeah, we're not going to mess with that yet. Okay. Then CD. We will have CDRDAO. We'll have redumper. And then that's it. For DVD, leave redumper, and then DD rescue. Yeah, we could add RO, but I don't actually have RO implemented, so I'm not adding that. These are actually implemented. Same reason I could add CryoFlux under Grease Weasel, but I don't have that implemented. And I don't want that showing up and then people ask me, oh, when are you going to add that? Because I'm not putting any time limit on that. No, CDR, you cannot get a bin queue out of DD rescue. Oh, wait, you mean this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I think in theory, that should work. Yep, media handlers. Okay, Grease Weasel, redumper or CDRDAO, and then that. Okay. And then, yeah, that's it. I mean, technically, I think BD just tells you to bugger off, right? Like, doesn't actually do anything. BD, redumper. Oh. I actually ripped them as an ISO. Okay. Sure. Why not? Fine wide Blu-ray then. Did not realize I already had that. I think that might be the only option. I might be wrong. Yeah, redumper is the only supported method for Blu-rays right now. There we go. Okay. Now I want to call that FD, whatever. Okay. You know, I'm just going to do Blu-ray. Blu-ray. Here. You know what? No. BD, ROM, CD, ROM, DVD, ROM. There. Specifically because that disassociates it from movies. So the expectation is not that it will rip movies. I don't want to hear about it. Okay. I think that's it. And then I'll just add one more thing at the bottom. Save config. Boom. There we go. Just to separate that out, I'll make that cleaner, add maybe a, you know what, maybe I could just add. Not really. This space intentionally left blank. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so that gets the media handlers defined. Web stuff implemented. Now, later, I will want these to be read from the software. So maybe what I do, oh, there's so much work. So much work to do. Oh, I remember what I last got hung up on. I'm not going to say anything. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. CD, DVD, Blu-ray. Okay, so Grease Weasel, floppy. Fine, I'll make those the same, whatever. CD-ROM. Boom. DVD-ROM. Boom. ED-ROM. Boom. And then we will have redumper. CDR, DAO. This will only be redumper, and then this will be DD rescue. Okay, so now what I need to do is implement rendering this by going through an array. So I have an example of that over here. So for blah in blah, under media handlers. Also, let's look at base, no, web. Render template, hello, queue. Okay, so we just pass it directly like that. So config, this will be media handlers equal media handlers, and then here for M in media handler, we do a thing and then we have to end it, end for and then wait a minute. This needs to be a list of dictionaries, name, data. Because the way that that's structured over there is slightly dumb. Okay. What templating language is this? Ninja? I think, technically. Python, Flask, Ninja. Is that it? Yeah. So I'm using Quart, but yeah. Abstraction. Okay. Okay, so we do M name, right? Name. M name. And then another for loop. For D in M dot data, end for loop. I feel like being lazy. Boom. We will do DD. That might, like, not quite that. I think that'll work. Okay. Let's restart the software. See how much it cries about it. Okay, so far so good. Hey, perfect. Okay. So now I can clear out all of the static HTML there, refresh, boom. Okay, so these are now dynamically defined by the array here, which later we will generate by querying the actual stuff that it supports in the back end. So this is the first part of, this is exactly the kind of thing that the other software cannot do. It has zero connection between the front end and the back end. That's part of why I'm trying to fundamentally rewrite this from scratch to do this kind of stuff. There we go. Okay. Yes. Okay. I accidentally just killed the thing that lets it save. Hold on. Oop. There we go. All right. You know what I guess I could do? HR. That's actually kind of nice. Okay. Let me think about this. Okay, add media handlers. Is that media handlers added? I think that is. For the config page, so you would define, I mean, none of this gets saved yet. Let's add that, like, you know, save config, save load config data. There we go. Still, I think this will be slightly controversial. I will not be saving or loading any of the config data to the SQL database. It will go to a JSON file because the SQL database is considered ephemeral. Okay, save load, define drives. All right, let's go ahead and do a commit here real quick though. Git status. The only thing that should have changed is that. Okay. Git commit -am. Add media handlers to config based on Python side array dictionary to be later populated by RIP managers available. Git push. All right, let's finish out some of this though. Okay, load available drives based on selected media type. This is why we have to define this first. And then load available. Actually, the controller is never set. That's right. We never set the controller based on any of that. And actually, we pick the controller that the drives are set to. We never set the drive. Like even over here. Yeah, we pick a type. And then, I mean, we have this whole weird group thing. I don't remember, did we decide to keep the group stuff or not? I don't remember what my thought process was on that, or if I got that far. Okay. To be determined, select group or controller for actually. Group, it has to be group. select drive group for ripping. Okay. Did I talk about groups? Yes. Groups or have drives are selected. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I did actually put this in here. Okay, let me refresh everyone watching for the concepts here. So let's say we have a CD and we have whatever, all the stuff I have here, okay? So I have the 3 drives that are built into the disk robot, and then there's 1 drive that's built into the computer here, okay? I would probably put all of the robot drives into their own group so that if I want to specify a disk to be ripped with the robot, I would pick that, okay? But let's say I have multiple grease weasels, because these can only connect to 2 drives at a time, 2-ish, let's just pretend, okay? So let's say I have 2 5.25-inch drives that are connected to the same computer, each through their own grease weasel. I think because I want to be able to rip multiple floppies at once. Each grease weasel has to act as its own controller, because let's say I have 2 drives connected to this, it can only use 1 drive at a time, in the same way that the CD robot can only load 1 drive at a time. So the controller has to manage which drives are being written to or read from or whatever through the grease weasel. But if I want to be able to read 2 5.25-inch discs at the same time, it doesn't actually matter which drive I put it in, as long as it gets into a drive. So I would have a group of multiple grease weasel controllers saying that you can put this 5.25-inch disc in any of these drives, and it would indicate with a flashing thing in the UI, put it in this drive when that comes up. So we have to have drive groups, and you select your drive based on the drive group, and you add the group to the drives as you define them. So that's how that works. In theory, okay, the way the software works, we could have it set up to where you have remote networked computers that have jobs, and let's say you have multiple computers that each have their own disk drives or whatever. It could tell you you could pick a group of a computer, or a group that has remote computers with their own drives in it too, that kind of stuff. Anyway, it can get complicated, but groups solve all of that. So yeah, single grease weasel with this and this. Yeah, 2 different drives. Groups are reading 1.2 and 1.4. Yeah, so the groups are assigned to the drives, and then the controllers are also assigned to the drives, but they have completely different meanings. Yeah, so I already have all that there. So we need select drive group for ripping. And this needs to be populated based on the config page. Yeah, so this is why we needed that. Okay. Anything else on the rip page here that's based on this? Drive will be drive group. The type will limit which groups show up here, or auto select the best group. We don't need the name and the description could be automated away by just having timestamp prefix selected by default, and these will be rip defaults. You can enable those or whatever. Later, it'll pre-fill those based on whether or not you save them. I mean, I guess I could even have names as defaults. I think it's a bad idea, though. I'd rather just have timestamp prefix. Output path, rip defaults, media handlers. Yeah, I think that's, for the most part, good there. Select drive group for ripping. Okay, I think this... Yeah. Ability to find driving groups. Okay. And controller definition. Okay. So drives are added to groups and controllers. They have a type and a name. Now, previously, I had drives under a subgroup like that. I think I don't need to do that. I think that just adds unnecessary sorting, and that the type is all that matters. This is just web browser front end with minimal So Cody, if you're not aware, so I have this software right here. So PyDiskRip is a program that I wrote. I have been working on for kind of years. What it does is it allows me to input information for how to rip CDs and floppy disks, essentially. Let's just make it simple. And there's all sorts of rules and stuff. And that CD robot I have that can pick up and insert disks is controlled by this. So in the background, there's all of this logic in this, and something like let's say the CD robot here has a whole bunch of code, like a whole bunch of code, that controls how that works. But there is a front end for it to do that. Now the problem was that the front end was grafted onto it, the web interface, long after the rest of the code was defined, and it is impossible for it to do some things. Like, let's say I want to rename this. The way the data is structured, it is impossible to rename it. So what I'm trying to do is flatten the data structure to all use an SQL database here as it's ripping. And then if I want to rename something, it'll go into the SQL database, and then it could spit out an action like, hey, go ahead and rename this thing, and then it could act on that from the database. So the idea is to put all of the RAM data into the SQL database and then have all of the code check on that to do stuff. Because it's heavily thread based, because let's say you're ripping two different floppy drives or two different CD drives over there, you don't want it to wait for one to rip and then rip the other. So it needs to do multi-threaded stuff constantly in order to like have any reasonable performance. So that gets complicated when you have multiple things running at once. So that's why we're switching to an SQL database. But I'm also rewriting everything because the other software just had a horrible structure because it was not originally designed for the web interface. So eventually I'll integrate this code. I'm probably not going to rewrite all of it. Hopefully, definitely not, because like stuff like the disk robot, I'll be able to integrate that logic, but it's going to be a significant change just because the way that it works was not designed for this. So I'll probably have to pull these in one at a time. But I'm trying to account for all of the features that I have in this because this works really well. It just sucks to maintain and add any new features to. So I'm trying to make it easier to maintain and add new features to. Okay, let's go ahead and set up the drive group stuff, which is going to be way more complicated. Actually, let's add the ability to save and load first. I think that's more important. Define drives groups, controller definition. Yeah, I think we should do this because these are going to require dynamic HTML DOM manipulation stuff. And this is easy. Git commit -m update readme git push. Okay. Save and load. So form on config will be save, and it shouldn't be. Is that what I want? I think that's what I want. This should be a submit button. Type, I think submit, right? Yeah, so that worked for that. Okay. All right, and then confirmed that that actually loaded the other thing, because if we go to the config, only the root of that directory path, URI, however you want to think about it, adds the media handle information. This does not. It doesn't really matter, because this is just going to print config saved or whatever, and then redirect after like 3 seconds. So here we need to, pull out data. And it looks like I tried to help myself here by doing this. So let's say print pprint f key data and see what we get. I think I can close this now. Oh, error. Yeah, that's true. I just need to delete this or comment it. Unindent does not blah, 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 blah. Fine. Why is the unindent so weird? Hold on. Boom. Okay. Go back. F5. Save. Okay. It printed a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, I know what I did. Value. I was printing all of the data every single time. Back, submit, boom. There we go. Perfect. Data, wait. I guess it defaults to data when it's none or empty or something? That's weird. Oh no, it's blank. I'm just dumb. I can't read. Okay, got it. That'll work. Okay. So, config file. Okay. This is one of the areas where I need to think very hard about how this works. So we can JSON save the file. So from, all right, let's just import JSON, all right? JSON. We're gonna save this file, but config path output. This is the path to where the data gets saved. So one thing we're gonna do is we're gonna have settings and settings.json, all right? You can load the software with this, and then it will load this JSON file, and then this path will be the same as the path that you specify here. No, here. So if you want to rename the file or resave it or whatever, it would be this. And then it needs to reload it. Or do we not mess with this? Do we just not allow you to... Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Renaming the file while it's running causes way more problems than it solves. Let's not do that. Let's just get rid of that. That makes life so much easier. I don't know why I had this at all. That's a terrible idea. Hold on. Why stupid edit history? Wait, if I just close it and then reopen it. Problem solved. There we go. There. Okay. So what I need to do is go back to this. I need to add a parameter to the launch options. I already have one for settings. Okay. We need to actually use this. So here's where this gets complicated. Under the web interface, it is possible to use this weird config thing that exists with Flask and Quart to store some data kind of permanently. So you can stuff whatever you want in here, all right? But you can only access this from Quart. So from the web interface, I could recall the file name from that. But once we start the RIP processes, it won't have access to the web interface. It will only use the SQL database. So I need to figure out how, or if even, the config matters. So going back to the database, looks like I was going to copy the config into the media job. Maybe that's just the play. I mean, it's kind of extremely redundant. Okay. So trying to think about this. How do RIP jobs access data? So we're in the bin queue decoder that's going to generate waves and ISOs. So this software, it's a separate Python script that's part of a different data manager, and it needs to know what from, well, maybe not the bin queue one. Let's pretend it's a floppy disk, okay? We've just ripped the flux. Now we're going to decode the flux. It needs to get the disk def to decode the flux into a binary image. And how does it determine which disk def it's going to use for this particular data sample? So there's this whole way that it's all tracked already in the database, because there are parents for the IDs, and then there is an ID for the initial data. So this is will be like null or 0 or whatever when it's the initial one. But then it'll always be able to refer to this. Wait, handler parent. No. This, the ID. ID data. Is there no, the ID media? I guess it has to work its way backwards. This layout was very, very carefully chosen. I am not going to even remotely consider changing this. This was already well thought through and is expressed in the database already, so I'm not touching anything. But we have this. This gets the entry point for this. ripping a CD is counted as a data generator now. It generates a spin queue, which gets its own ID, and then it could figure out the config from that. Okay. Handler parent. I don't remember what handler parent is supposed to be. Let's go look at the database. Really hate that you have to drag this up in that weird spot. Okay, data fragments or browse. So handler parent, we're not even setting it. One moment. Taxi time. All right, see you, Philip. Okay, you know what? I talked about this in the README. Wait, what? Okay. Media jobs, mostly static entry, sent from web page, loaded over CSV on start, timestamps and status field used to indicate whether the media job is waiting, running, complete, or error. Data fragment. What are multiple files generated or created as part of processing routine? Media job queue. Media jobs are at a dedicated queue. Okay. When a media job has been cleared to run, it creates an initial data fragment. This fragment initializes and starts the rip after the media is loaded. Upon completion of the rip, a new child fragment is added as a cascade from the previous. That fragment is the processes and may cascade into more data fragments. Each fragment tracks where it came from and what created it. The software uses the media jobs as entry point into the data fragment list and works through it multiple times until all compatible handlers have child fragments. Oh, okay. Handler parent is what code generated the data. Yes, I did kind of, it'll make sense once the code's like live and actually does something. Right now it's just like concepts. So this will be for what software generates this. Yeah. So ID parent would refer back to one of these, unless it's null, in which case it refers back to this by having this reach into there. Okay. Okay, basically, so a media job will go through each data fragment until it is done. So there'll be, let's say, a process or maybe just an async task handler for each job. It's going to go through them one at a time. It can pass the config text to the data handlers. The job will be started by something that has access to the SQL database. It will not be started by something that has access to Quart. Because there will be two separate process loops. There is the process loop that just listens for Quart. Actually, they're both one async task loop, I think, in the end, but the Quart one will be waiting for stuff to happen, but the other one won't actually have any reason to interface with the web front end, and it will just get its data through the database. So it's just going to have a timer loop, like check databases or new stuff to act upon, check databases or new stuff to act upon, that kind of thing. So I could not pass the settings file name through Quart, and I cannot pass it. I could pass it through the database, and then it could just be loaded. I don't know if I want to have all the config be, it's kind of a lame solution. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, it doesn't really matter. It's SQLite though. I don't think it doesn't have anything that actually runs that can emit when a new entry is made. So if I was running MariaDB or something, maybe I could, but not SQLite as far as I'm aware. So I think either I should filter out to just the config that's relevant to this, which is kind of a pain in the butt, but it's going to happen anyway. No, we absolutely cannot do that. Okay, here's why we can't do that. We have to pass all config data, no matter what. We're going to add, let's just, for specific example, PlayStation 2. All right. You have all your PlayStation 2 games. You're trying to rip them. You don't know if those are CDs or DVDs until you take them out of the case and look at them. And that's only if you actually want to try and bother to tell which is which means that the settings that you define for CD-ROM and DVD-ROM for what handler to use need to both be available after you start the media job, because the media job is going to accept generic optical as a definition of the media type, because the CD drive can tell you if it's a CD, DVD, or Blu-ray, and then it can make the judgment on what to use from there. Need the config data for the handlers? Yes, but I was trying to determine if I could pre-filter out what config data I need or not. But no, I cannot, specifically because of optical media. For floppies, I probably could, but I think it just makes more sense to pass all of it. So, that means that all handlers need access to the entire config that you define here at all times. There's also going to be per RIP configs too, though, because we need to be able to define. Okay. Here's how this will work. Let's go back to not this. This. Async IO, task, web server. All right. We'll just, I think I can async IO gather this instead of await, right? Let's try that just for making me feel all warm and fuzzy. Async IO dot gather flask. All right. That's canceled, await. No? Well, okay, we'll also cross that bridge when we get to it, but we'll pretend this project queue, action queue. I do have a working example of how this will work. Git.techtangents.net projects video manager and I do await flask. Oh, I just await each one? What? Oh, I guess I can await them one after another. I suppose that's fine instead of a gather. Okay, so I would just create task and then let's do this. If true equals false, I would pass args dot settings, which would give it access to the file by the file name And then when it goes to start processing a job, it could read the file and get all the pertinent information and then access it that way. So it would be available by passing it here. So the file could be updated after the fact, but it can't be, you cannot change what file you're using. Okay, there we go. I got no idea how the await works. If I can await multiple things, I'm gonna not worry about it. Okay, so we do that. And then the loop in the background, I have access to the same file name as the web interface. So that should be good. Okay. Oh, all right. So I'm using the structure there. Let's go to config. So data is already a dictionary, I think. So what I can do is I can create my shell settings and then configure, save. I could do config web port equals data. Config web port. And then this will be config web IP, I presume. Yep. And then path output. Okay, so that would change that. For the moment, let's not deal with the other stuff. Let's just save that. So if I go back to the main web entry point, and then I create settings, we also have to pass the settings file. Wait a minute. Settings for web file, settings. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll just pass args settings. Settings underscore path equal args settings. Go back to web. No, that's not right. Or is it here? It's here. Okay. So then we have settings underscore path. Equal. Let's go with none. Or no, just settings. JSON. Add that. here. I think config data is the same thing, so I might want to eliminate that, actually. But cross that bridge in a moment. I don't want to think about it right now. I can't remember if I'm allowed to add on to this or not. Build app. App equals, and then it returns app. Okay, so if I pass this to build app, then it will be fine. Settings underscore path. Then equal that. Good grief. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that still runs. Does not. Okay. Create task, unexpected argument. What do you mean? Why is that unexpected? Cause I dumb. There. Got unexpected. On quart run task. Create task. Okay, wait a minute here. So run task should take it. Run task settings JSON. Why is it not taking it? Run quart dot run task, which would be this expected argument settings path. Wait, app.run task. Oh, I'm not using this at all. Am I calling build app from here? Hold on. I am calling build app from there. That's what I've screwed up. Okay. Boom. Okay. Cancel, configure. All right. So now I should be able to pull this out for the path to save the settings. So if I go to config, I should be able to do hold on, I gotta figure out how you write a JSON data again. One moment. I'm just gonna go over to here, and then this, and then this, and then JSON dumps S. Well, that's how you get the data out. Open. No. With file path. That's it. Yoink. That. Okay, with file pass, and then or path. I want this, and then we'll make that. And then yes, data indent, no, settings, indent for, and then I think that should be it. Okay. All right. So now I should be able to do this is a path, save, ripperoni, can app settings as app not defined. Oh, we have to import that. Oh gosh, how do we do that? Where did I do that? At the RetroTink 4K remote? No, it's back in Video Manager. Okay, hold on. I know how to do this. Get.tangents.net. We need the Video Manager. Boom. Okay. One moment. Web. Action. And then we have to do thing here where I guess it's not that. Web, Q. Okay, where do we do it? Somewhere you are able to pull the WebSocket client async data from WebSocket. You're able to pull the port data thing back out by like doing an import somewhere. Yeah, import current app. Hold on. So copy, Control F, current app config. Okay, so that's what I want. I want to import current app. If I haven't already, I have imported current app. So I think then what I can do is just this, and then I'm good. Okay, let's go back and then save. Boom. All right. We have a settings.json and bingo. That's exactly what I want. Okay. Progress. So I should be able to go back and configure, bump that up to, it has not loaded it. Let's not worry about that. Reload. Bingo. That's what I want. Okay. Yeah. Now we need to load this file, pre-populate all of the form fields, and then we can continue. Okay. Making progress. Yes. Let's work on loading data now. We aren't saving everything yet. We could do these, but they aren't, there's no brains behind that yet. And then this is all dynamic. I don't want to touch that yet because that's complicated. Okay. Making progress? Yep. Actually, I think what I'm going to have to do is set default media handlers, whatever option number 1 is, which is going to be Greaseweasel and everything is redumper. Or actually maybe the CDR DAO DD rescue. Because if you load it without settings, it needs default values. So I guess I'll just put, well, yeah. But we can't have like default drives and stuff. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think it doesn't matter. Okay, we'll not worry about that. Because it's going to populate from here, and it won't work if you don't define drives, and if you don't configure it, you won't have drives to rip with. So, you know what? I think it's a non-issue. Okay, let's load data. We're having some fun checking them. Yeah, I think we can ignore it, though. I think it's because you have to have drives to be able to do it, and you will define the drives here. By the way, this is one of the things that you can't do with PyDiskRip. You have to define your entire config like this in JSON manually. So this kind of sucks, which is why one of the objectives for MediaBasket is to have a full GUI config that's kind of hand-holdy so you can't screw it up and you don't have to remember exactly how to do it. Anyway, let's work on loading this data now. And then figuring that out. I'm going to do the exact same thing I did at in the beginning here. And I will load this with a default stuff. Probably could, but simpler. What do you mean? Have it be manually entered in JSON? Because I think that's just not a good idea. I'm trying to move away from that. Yeah, the problem is a bunch of wonky stuff. So like in particular, the camera, like having to define all of the X and Y positions and stuff at runtime instead of scanning for drives. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean. Because to explain this, each drive gets associated to both a group and assigned a controller, and you have to go through and define all of that stuff. So like I have my CD changer robot, you have to go in and set like, hey, I have this CD changer robot that is at this serial port address, because there is literally no way to know that it's there dynamically, because it is just a USB serial port control device. There's nothing that indicates what it actually is. So it's always going to require manual definition of the drives and stuff. Yeah, the software is told, but well, that's what I'm saying, is that you have to do that. So if you're going to do that in the GUI, it's going to be able to have the stuff all will be saved at least once from the GUI. So I'm just going to put in some sane defaults here, and then everything else can just be whatever. Okay, let me think about this. Actually, if I do config delete after paging. I don't know what that is. Default underscore settings. I think I could import this. And then have it be easier. So we'll import internal modules, default settings, values. So from config, import default settings, and then rather than define this here, I'm gonna do this, and then else settings equal default settings. Actually, verify the setting strings exist, even if default, sure, why not? It's a little codier than it needs to be, but it doesn't matter. Then we can just get rid of this, because this was not actually needed. Okay, let's see if that works. No module named config, because it is web.config. Web.config. Boom. Kind of dumb to import that there, but whatever. Error. Why? Okay. Because it used the... it actually loaded the file. That's why. Okay. Fair. Let me just delete that. It had changed the port. Fair. I probably won't check that out right now, Flare but Windows is weird, so I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to, you know, work. Jeez. All right. So this gets the defaults defined in the config file, which I'm fine with. All right. Let's pump that up, pull that back, pull that back. Just letting you know it's there. All right. All right, making progress. Now let's populate some stuff. I kind of want to also move the config read thing. So now I could do yoink config read. All right, and now I can access that from here as well. And that will allow me to do this again right before we do this. And then I can pass the settings here. Settings equal settings. All right, and then from here I can now use the settings as default values. So placeholder, okay, and then just so I make sure I remember how HTML works, farts. I'm just gonna reload the software. Boom, boom, bleh. Okay, what did I do wrong? Args is not defined, fair. Because it is the current config, or current app config settings value, that's what it is. Boom. That still didn't work. Current app, in config read. Wait, blah, blah, full dispatch, something, or no, wait, is this an await? An async file read? No. Sys is not defined. Oh, pfft. Easiest fix ever. Sys. That whole reading thing, gosh, who wants to, why is it still broken? Line 44 in config read. Wow, that one's really long this time. What? Task was never retrieved. Just to, like, actually make some progress here. If I get rid of the whole read the current things as they are now. Okay, that works. And hello, Brent. Why is that not allowed? There's nothing async about this. I'm able to read that in an async.
CHER 100. It's quiet. Too quiet. Here's some noise to jump scare. End of line.
Easy, thank you for the 100 bits. That's weird. Why does that cause like a funky async issue? specifically here, if path not exists. Wait a minute. Hold on. Config file path not found. Wait a minute. Where? Print. I think it's doing something stupid. Settings.json was not found. Is it trying to look in the web folder? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I think this is not an async issue. I think this might be a Python path problem. That's oh well, I got a cheaty way of doing this. Python pwd. Password database. No one wants that. CWD. I think it's just like arg0, right? OS get current working perfect. Okay. Do. Being a cheater. Boom. All right, problem solved. Oh, come on. MediaBasket settings not found. Oh, you know what? The file actually does not exist. Maybe. Oh, yeah, you know what? That's why. Because it hasn't been created yet. How about I just return blank? Hey. All right, let's just make sure that the path's actually good. Yeah, that path is good. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so those of you who are half paying attention, I forgot that function that I wrote required that the file exist. And it didn't exist if you hadn't made it yet. So that was the problem. Okay. Now let's go through and do the rest of this. Okay. Config. We got, oh my gosh, this is long. So it's going to be settings. Wait, it's double, isn't it? Boom. I think. Yeah. Okay. The output. Settings. Project. Output. Settings. Project. Output. Okay, default is just output. So, F5, cancel, configure, the should, and it did reload the file. Okay. Is now forever a directory called farts. All right, so that's the default output path. And if I save this as test, save config, error, settings is undefined. Why? Default settings, is that what I want? Save settings. Which settings was undefined? Get attribute. current config. Is that it? Hold on. Base content, end block. Base HTML. Label, config path, output, settings. Wait. It crashes if you don't provide it? I mean, it's going to exist, so I guess it might as well, but... All right. Mutating the red settings. So the web form is flat. It doesn't have the nesting kind of stuff going on here. So basically I have to recreate it, and then I'm going to just override or overwrite the actual settings file. So this could be passed, I suppose. It's just going to like cyclically pull the data in from the web form, put it in there, and then send it right back. I mean, I guess, why not? Sure. Go back, save config. Wait, what are you talking about? It takes one positional argument, but two are given. Settings equals settings. Whiny, stupid software. Cancel, go back, resend. Boom, there we go. Okay. The other one works because it's a loop, and if the loop is 0, then it never tries to read, so meh. Yeah, DCAC, based on the, I made him regret that choice part, not gonna happen for 1 bit. Besides, here's how that would go. I would think, oh, I could make it play a sound for 1 bit. And then I would go, I should make it play at like an 8-bit saw wave. And then I would go, you know, what would be cool is if I have a MIDI file that's loaded, that it could then play the next note from that 8-bit saw wave from the MIDI file. And then it would be cool if I could have a higher point reward or something where a viewer gets to pick the MIDI file that it gets played from. And then, you know, it would encourage people to do 1-bit messages by having them play the next note over and over again. And then suddenly we just wasted a bunch of time on something that's really dumb. So no, we're not doing it. All right, configure. So we can save this stuff. Now I need to add these. Okay. So timestamp prefix and queue front. So this is an example where if we want to add something to the front of the queue for, like let's say CD robot, I have the hopper of discs and I need to add 1 more disc because I forgot or something. I'm going to add it to the top of the hopper rather than pull the hopper out, remove all the discs, put it at the bottom, and then put them all back in. And what that's going to require is being able to put the disc in the front of the queue, of the currently active queue, not of the queue in waiting or the queue that has been processed. So it's going to be a little more complicated. Anyway, that's going to be an example where it's going to have to shift down all of the queue IDs to put 1 in the middle. So it won't necessarily be swapping them. I mean, in theory, you could think of it as, you know, put it at the end and then swap them 1 at a time to go all the way up. That's going to be kind of a nightmare, but I mean, I guess, I don't know. I think the other problem is that I have it set to be unique. Yeah. So I think I have to augment them all and then add it, or I could ununique it, but I think having it be unique is smarter. Or just flip the stack. But the CDs have to be label side up. You're talking about take the hopper out, flip it upside down, pull the hopper off, put the one CD on, put the hopper on, grab the whole stack. Hopefully I get it, flip it back. It's not going to happen. Because also during that time, the robot arm could go try and grab a disc and then the hopper's missing or I'm trying to stick it in there and then it jams. It's just a bad idea. Just bad idea. Just drop it on the top only. So front of queue has to exist. Now, the benefit to having front of queue be a default setting is if I want to be lazy, I can have the robot be going as I start ripping, and then I can just drop the discs one at a time on the top. So it makes it quicker to get started because it can get going while I'm still doing this. So having this be a default there is nice because then I can go through this and then it's already checked. Anyway, let's add these. Close that, close that, close that. We don't need that right now. Don't need that currently either. Okay. Trying to close out some stuff that is making this wonkier than it needs to be. Okay, let's add the web stuff first because we did not do that. Web port. And then web IP. All right. I think it's literally just checked for that, isn't it? That makes this a little complicated. Like it's just checked. I guess I can do an if. There's the whole if statement thing you can do in here. Let's save that. Let's add these to the default values. So let's say Q for the Q settings. And then we have, and you know what? How about just job? Job. What do I call it here? Rip defaults. You know what? Sure. Job defaults. Then we have timestamp, TS, prefix, equals true, because I think it would be smart to always have that on. And then false for front queue front. Okay, kill that, restart, configure. Okay, so Flask Ninja if. Boom. If thingamajig and then end if. Checked. If settings, whoa, maybe just this. Job defaults. Timestamp prefix. All right, then we'll check that that's valid. It is. Do this, uncheck it, save config, bleh, dies, okay. Technology has an attribute job defaults. True. Hold on, we're rebuilding the dictionary. This becomes is it? Config timestamp. Copy. And then config queue front. Boom. Back. Configure. Uncheck. Save config. Rip. Inconsistent indent warning. Yeah, whatever. No, it likes it. See, it says that's great. I don't know why it just died. Bad request. Browser proxy sent a request the server could not understand. Huh. Configure. Save. No error. Just 400. Oh, I bet it's doing something stupid right there. Hold on. Cancel, back, save. Nope, that still isn't it. What? Comma. If I just get rid of this, let it run, go back, configure, save. Object has no job defaults. It doesn't care about white space inside of a dictionary, actually. That's insignificant white space. Python sucks, by the way. Well, let's try this. Test. Or you know what? False. True. So if I save it, they get inverted. Or just, like, at all save. Yeah. Okay, but why did that not get set? That's weird. Front of queue. Oh, because I didn't add that. Okay, that tracks. And now they're flipped. That's correct. If I delete settings, reload the page. Okay, back to defaults. So why is it that reading that causes a problem? For config timestamp. It's an input, it's a checkbox. Is it not represented as a bool? Let's try limiting it to just one. Config, save. That worked. Configure, enable, save. Okay, that did not work. Data, configure, timestamp. On. What? Also, it's not sending one for the queue front. Why? Config queue front. Label, input, checkbox, ID, config queue front. Is something screwy with this? Inspect. No, it seems all right. Input, ID, config. Yeah, I see nothing wrong with that. Queue has same parameter as prefix. Same parameter? No. What I'm saying is, if we look here, this is the data that was sent back to the server. That's supposed to be the entire form. It's never sending the... Hold on, now I feel like I'm going crazy. One moment. Here. Config timestamp. It sends that, but it did not send config queue front. Does it only send it if they're checked? Oh, that's diabolical. Okay. In that case, we have to handle these special before this. Yay! Can I show code? What code? It's just straight up an HTML form. It's just action, save, post. Don't worry about the JForm prepare. That's not actually doing anything. And there's type submit down here. This is it. It's just straight up. It's just an HTML form. Don't ask me how this works. I hate this. Oh, this sucks. All right. So we do it this way. Config timestamp equals if we're gonna do a disgusting Python ternary, you guys, right? True if data dot has attra config timestamp else false. There we go. And then config timestamp, config front. Revolting. All right. Now it'll work. Configure. Checkity check. Save. What? Mutable dict has no object, has attribute. That'll work. Ha! Except it didn't work, but whatever. Configure, it still didn't work. Data on. Okay, I guess it thought it does not have that. Nope. Is that not correct, though? It has the key that's this, because it's right there. So how is it not in that if it's checked? So check, save configure. It's not loading them. Settings, allocate, false. That's wrong. How are they not in there? All right, pprint data items, I guess. Let's see what that looks like. Check, save. Multi-decked items. Items list tuples, not direct values. Hold on, let's look at this. Python dict. I want to know if keys is a items. Okay. Items method, I just want to look and see if there is a keys method. Yes, so I should be able to replace items with keys. Then it should work. And there is a has key method. Okay, we can try that in a moment. Save. Looking better. Uncheck. Okay. Has key. Hold on, I want to check this. Python has key. Okay, we'll try this. Blech. Multi-dict has no attribute has key. All right, screw multi-dicts. I regret having saved this now. I gotta redo all that stuff. But we can simplify it this time. Data, keys, if thing in keys. Multi, like a Klingon? No, like a multipass, duh. Okay, that should work. Ugh. What do you mean invalid syntax? Fine, I'll get rid of the if. Back, configure, check, save, configure, uncheck, save, configure. All right, that'll work. Yourself tower with 2 DVD ROMs that are archiving everything, especially stuff for PC magazines. Well, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that. I'm going to have an archiving video coming out today. Just config timestamp and data. Yeah, that doesn't work. It won't work. Watch. Because it's a stupid immutable dictionary. Or watch, it does work and I just hate Python more. Configure, boom, boom, save. I hate Python. I hate Python. Ah! All right, well, that'll work. I guess that's simple enough. We can just put it over here too, realistically. All right, make sure that doesn't explode. Configure, check, check, save, configure, uncheck, uncheck, save, configure. Okay. Ugh. Why am I getting phone sounds? Does anyone else like just hate it when their phone decides, nah, I don't want to do fingerprints anymore? Okay. That's everything except for the media handlers now. The sound wasn't me this time, I know, right? Okay. Oh, no, it will still read fingerprints. Just what happens is, if you touch the screen like enough and it like fails to recognize fingerprints, after a while it'll just disable fingerprint reading. And then the thing that's annoying about that is it won't tell you that it's disabled fingerprint reading. It just does it. And then you'll put your finger on there and it just won't respond. And then you have to click the button on the side. It's not that clicking the button on the side is that difficult. It's that there is zero indication on the screen that you must click the button on the side. So you end up looking like an idiot there trying to tap your thumb on a thing that's just going, why? I will never not have a day go by that I don't miss the Nexus 6P fingerprint reader that was on the back. That was so much better. You know that as well? Yeah. Yeah, it still works. It just every now and then decides, not right now. I think we don't need this anymore. All right, so. This stuff, media handler. Oh, that's a shame to lose those, Best Candy. That would have been cool. I still have. That kind of thing is why I hunted down the Linspire PC. That was that kind of special thing to me. But thankfully I could recreate that with something just commercial. All right. I am not 100% sure how I want to handle this part. So we're going to get data from the web form that is flat, and we need to convert it into something that is multidimensional. So we're going to get this. And I need to convert that into this, kind of. Trying to think about how I want to handle this. So if I do, so these are parts of the format's always like that. It is, yes, because I defined it over here.
From T2 SDE have joined. End of line.
T2SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently working on my media archiving tool. We have a configuration page working where we can modify the settings. They are now being written to a JSON file, and then they're automatically read back by the web interface so that I can configure stuff, because, you know, that's kind of important for, you know, software. And we're now deciding on how I want to handle these drop box form selector things. But I hope your stream went well too, TSDE. We're just trying to kind of fumble our way through this to make this make sense, while half the software is working and half the software is unimplemented yet. So I got to decide how I want to do this. Because eventually this will be replaced with a call to a different part of the code that will provide this data, essentially. So I want to figure out how I do this, although it'll have to be formatted in this way. So we'll have like a list called media handlers, and then I'll have these names, and those options. So Python string starts with, there's just straight up starts with. That's easy enough. Okay. In that case, I regret deleting the key iterating code that I had left in here. Yoink. Bring that back. Okay. So then we do, if key dot starts with media handler doohickey majigger, then print, I guess that, yeah, let's just do that. Okay. Redo, okay, fair enough. There's some indent nonsense going on, maybe. I guess these are weird. Wait, why are they like that weird though? Is this part of the problem? Let me just, there we go. Okay. F5 and then save. Okay, so only those printed. Perfect. So then I can get the handler equal key dot replace the media handler prefix with nothing. So then handler will equal that. Configure, save, perfect. And then I will do media handlers blank, and then settings media handlers and then handler equals value. And then that should save the value of the form. So configure, save. Okay, now let's check settings. Perfect. So now we need to load this. which is MDN HTML select. I need to figure out how to set a default that isn't just like top, unless it has to be. Default. Let's see. You can include selected attribute on an option element to make it, okay, perfect. So selected. So what we'll do is kind of steal this. And then here, if settings, if settings mname equal D, this may or may not work, or it will hate me. Okay. Let's set these all down one. Save, configure. That did not work. Okay. Nope, settings dot media underscore handlers mname F5. Reload. Okay, so this should... Ah, there we go. It worked. Okay, beautiful. So redumper, and then I'll leave that, save. Okay, configure, and then cdrdao, dd rescue. That only has one option. Save, configure, boom, works. Okay, whew. So we got that. That's some real progress. So we actually have a web form for editing the settings file. We don't have the drive definitions or controller definitions done yet though, but progress. Okay. Ugh. That was real good progress. Alrighty. I'm happy with that. Man, the web stuff is wonky. I want to try deleting this file and making sure this doesn't blow up. I thought it would. We need the config file. No, config this. I need to have this be blank in the default output. Although I think that still won't work. No, it does. Configure. Oh, I guess it does. Okay, that works. Found a typo on? I'm sure you did. But what? I don't exactly have an editor for that kind of stuff. Unless you mean the URL somehow. Okay, save, config. Okay. Reading instead of writing. Typo show he's not using AI. Yeah. Okay, hold it. Hold on. Let's look at this. True. Edit. Writing. Save. There we go. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Sadelove config data, done. Ability to define drives and groups. Okay, now this is one of those catch-22 situations. When we define drives, we have to be able to define controllers, because controllers are added before drives. So we have to be able to add controllers, but we don't have any controllers to add. So I'm trying to think right now if I should work on the other side of the code, the actually active code, and then add fake controllers and fake drives that can do fake tasks, which would also require fake handlers. But that's a whole other set of weeds to go wander off into, though. So that's a lot of work to start. I could just fake it and have hard-coded controllers, kind of like I have hard-coded media handlers here. Maybe that's the play. Yeah, I think that's what I just do for now. Do everything all at once. Yeah. Yeah. I think it makes the most sense to fake it at first. It's faking with hard-coded things, put you in a corner when you have to start over. So it doesn't really, I'm going to read your message. Does faking it with hard-coded things put you in a corner when you have to start over? And it doesn't, because what I'm essentially doing is I'm saying at some point in the future, there will be an API in a different part of the code that gets this data. So for now, we're just going to hard code the example data, and then later we'll populate that with an API. So we're basically defining the API up front, but not defining how the API gets filled in, is what I'm doing. So as long as I know that the API can be filled in the way that I'm defining it, I am okay. And the only thing that I need to do for ability to define drives and groups and add controller definitions is know that controllers have settings, and that drives need to have groups and controllers and actual drive paths set and names. Basically, I know what I need because I already have it defined in the other code. Open in tab. Let's do it that way. So basically, I need to be able to define this stuff and this stuff. And I already know what the scope of that is. So there'll be a controller type. This would relate to particular code, but then the code would define, I need all this nonsense, which kind of sucks. But is a thing. Okay, we're getting to the point where I gotta decide on something. Something I've been holding off on, trying to decide how I want to have it work or not. So, for the things like the handlers for the grease weasel, where you could potentially fill in a disk def, or the controller, where we have all of this stuff, okay? What does bin 1 equal? What is that? And this is the data that this controller needs. If I can take this JSON and just convert that into a form, but then you would just have bin and 1 on the web interface, and no one's gonna know what that means. I think what I need to do is have a mirror dictionary that has proper names and descriptions for these that I can put on the web front end to use as friendly names and stuff. But I'm not 100% sure how I want to do that, because I think what it would require is having 2 more copies of the exact same data structure, one for names and one for descriptions. And I don't know if I want to do that. So let me give an example of what I'm talking about. So if I do just up here, class fake controller object. ID 1, name, haven't. It's a little more complicated than that. So if we have settings, all right, and then we have, let's say, starting underscore bin, because that's what bin actually is. One. All right. What we would then also need, theoretically, is settings underscore name. And then instead of this having a value, it would be starting bin, a pretty printable name. And then we would have settings description. And in theory, alternatively, I could have settings info where I have description as a top level and then name as a top level thing. But then this would be the first bin the CD robot will try to pull disks from. Have an API give you ID, name, description, etc. in an array. But what I'm saying is we're generating this file. Okay. So we get to this. All right. We're reading. Why not put all the data under starting bin? This is not the default, like, or this garbage. Like, this would be the data that we would actually use. So if we had def robot underscore seek, all right, the self, and then bin ID, whatever. On we would do seek, you know, or maybe robot home, I don't know, whatever. Just like if we wanted to actually use this data, we would seek to self dot settings starting underscore bin is what I'm saying. So this would be the value that it actually is. This would be the name that gets printed on the left. And then this would be what maybe we print. You either get from hovering over as alt text, title text, or I could print it like below down here as a description that makes it a little more obvious what the value is for. So again, I could do settings info, and then I could have both of these be part of a bigger root where it's names. And then description. But the structure needs to be the same as this. You want no, Ben, or Majenko, sorry. It can't be that. Because I'm going to use this. What do you want me to do? Have it be dot value literally every single time? Or something like that, as opposed to name or description? This problem has been eating away in the back of my mind for a while, because it's going to influence a lot of things. So, why do I want them in separate dicks? Because this is going to be the raw settings data that gets sent to the JSON file that is saved. So it's going to be JSON data that's saved. And I don't want names and descriptions being saved in the settings file. That'd be like completely pointless and exchanging and storing a lot more wasted data than is needed. Additionally, I don't want to have to sub-reference every single time. I feel like you're not envisioning the full scope here, Majenko. Yeah, it's just info for the front end. You want to obfuscate the parameters? No, they just don't need that. No one is going to be hand editing the JSON. JSON options file per dropdown. I'm not sure what you mean. Let me give you a full example. All right. So we have this file. Under controllers, we have a controller here, okay, defined from this point to this point. This is for the CD robot. The CD robot has internal settings that are the type of controller that this is defining, the ID that because, you know, maybe one day I like lose my mind and I buy a second one and I have two of them connected to one machine. The bin that it starts out with, the serial port that it's on, and some other nonsense, okay? These are constantly, this is loaded as a dictionary into the Python code that controls the CD robot, all right? And then in that code, which I'm now going to make you look at somewhere, where is it? Did I close PyDescript? I probably did, because I'm tired of looking at it. PyDescript, handler, controller, this. So somewhere in here, we'll load the settings stuff like this, config data, a big old JSON thing, majig. Look at the calibration data's in there too. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine trying to define all of that. We're just not. So config data gets used all over for setting up the robot and doing things. So for every point, I access self config data. The proposal to have it also have it require a dot value is kind of crazy because it's all over the place. So the idea I had was next to the default values that would be assigned in case you didn't, you need to load it to have default values, there would be a second array or dictionary that has the descriptive stuff, the name, the description, and all that, the fun, fluffy stuff. So I could have this, instead of having it be high level like that, have the info be this, and then just have name, starting bin, description, the first bin the robot uses. All right, so I can have that, but it really doesn't make sense to then have a value in this. Trying to use the QData file format. What? The QData file format. Why? What? No. I feel like I'm not communicating this well enough. This file has literally nothing to do with the queue. This file has literally nothing to do with the queue. This data has literally nothing to do with the queue. The queue is completely SQL driven. None of that is queue. This is exclusively for the initial setup and configuration of the program. But then the data is used during runtime for individual elements of it. So whether or not you use CD or DAO versus redump, something like that. Settings and the JSON file do not have to be the same. In fact, they really shouldn't be the same. I can't agree. I cannot think of a way through it where I can agree with that. Let me explain this from a higher level, Majenko, because I feel like you came in slightly later and are missing some of the context for this. Let me just start from the beginning. This is the web interface for configuring the software. I know, very basic. Let me just continue, okay? This is the universal, affects everything in the entire program thing. Below this, I'm going to add another menu that says add controller, all right? This is where you would add, say, multiple grease weasels that you have connected to the machine so that it knows what serial ports they're connected to, name them so that you can differentiate them, and things like that. There's more to it, but let's just say serial port and name for the grease weasel. Okay, let's just make this simple. So you could add multiple grease weasels down here. So I'm going to click a button. I'm just going to do this here really quick. So there'll be a user interface, just fill this, whatever, and a button that says add controller. I will click that button, and then down there will be a drop down that says GW, whatever. And then I click that, I add controller for GW. Down here, it's going to have a form for the GW that's going to have name, and then you'll put in, I don't know, 360K drive or whatever. You put in your own stuff. And then there'll be a form for port. And then it'll be dev TTY AMC ACM 0, whatever it is, okay? So you have these two things, okay? But then you could click this again, and you could have another one of these, where you could have the 144 drive, and then it's TTY ACM 0. Now, on the back end, this is not going to use for the key to represent this data, whatever pretty thing you put over here, because I might want this to be serial port with a space and have it be all nice and fluffy. And if you hover over this, I might want it to have text like the device serial port interface where you can access the grease weasel. All right. So I'm going to need a pretty name, a description, but then in the code, this would just be port or something along those lines. And then this would just be name. So that's how it would be accessed by the code. When I go to use this, okay, so this is what's presented on the front end. This part will be stored in the settings file. So I will have a structure that only saves the actual data. So there'll be a full thing here that would be controllers, whatever, and then there'll be a list item where there will be, I guess it'll just be a list, whatever, don't worry about the actual format of it. It'll be type is GW for grease weasel, name equals 360K, port equals dev TTY, blah, blah, blah. So that's the stuff that gets saved in here. But when I go to reload this to display it on the web interface, I need to be able to take the structure here and match that back to pretty data to be able to get the name, the serial port thing, the fluffy names, and the fluffy descriptions. So I need the structure to make sense between how the data is stored and how this is sorted, because it is a one-to-one map between fluffy names and fluffy descriptions. So what I was planning on doing is having default structures for how the data is stored so that I can say, bring it in like this and then just, or like this, and then do a map over it so that I don't have to individually one by one go through every single key. And then I could have the path be the same. So what I could do is, as I for loop through the web interface like this for M and media handlers, for M and data, I could have a separate data object, whatever, that's passed. And then I could do settings dot, or the settings info dot M up there, and then D for this one, where it would be able to go and get the names and the descriptions to put into this. So I'm going to have to pass separate things like separate arrays. And then I might have name and then description as separate ones if I decide to go that way. Or alternatively, I could have it on the other end and I could have it be name here or description there. So I was trying to figure out how I want this to work, and I think it basically just has to be either the same path like this, and then have name description, or flip it and have separate things. I think I go that way. But then what happens is after the web interface loads, wanting to do two very different jobs. Yes, I know. But this data gets loaded, all right, into eventually will get loaded into the, like, let's continue on with this example, the Grease Weasel software. There'll be settings, name, the name won't actually get used in the software. That's only, well, it'll get logged and printed, whatever, anyway, but the port will be used. So it'd be settings, port, whatever. But there's no reason to have it be like anywhere else, so. Networks just need to decide what the key for the settings will be. Yeah, but yeah. So it would be a flat list or a flat dictionary for each setting, and then a flat yeah, I think it has to be flat. Yeah, Majenko, that's what I'm getting at. Long story short, I was saying I've been avoiding making this this whole time, but I think I have to now, is what I'm getting at. So we're now on the same page. It seemed like you were trying to get me to integrate this into this, is what I was getting at when you first joined in. This is what I always thought I was going to do. It's just, yeah. I previously never bothered with having front end stuff in the code because the front end was so very tacked on. I also didn't know if there was like a standard way of doing something like this that normally people would do. And I don't really know what the best way to look into this would be. And Tridals, I have an HPZ 820. It is literally a server just in a desktop, but it's a server from 2011. So, or 2012. So, it depends on your power and what you're trying to do and all that stuff. It's Yeah, I think it has to be this. Okay, so here's my only disagreement with that, Majenko. You have, I'm going to call it, say, value is default value. And in my opinion, the way that it works, that wouldn't be needed. You can always load, well, I don't think, I'm trying to think about the best way to phrase this. It just feels redundant. Well, Perdizo, it really depends. If you have a lot of small jobs, an HP Z820 with E5 2690s is going to do a lot of multi-threading. If you need a lot of cheap RAM, DDR3 on that, going to be relatively inexpensive. However, if you need to do single core anything, it's going to fall on its face and die a lot. Yeah, if I don't need a default, then this is where we're at right now. What I'm saying is, at some point in the code, okay, here, at some point, I need to define the data structure for how it works. And if I have to define the data structure, I might as well put the default values in that. There's no reason that I then need to also put the default values into the descriptive structure. Because there will never be a point at which the live code is, or the live data, I'm trying to think about the best way of phrasing this. You would never need to revert to the deep. Okay, hold on. First way, handling be have this be a class as a child class of a parent interface class that defines a set of interface functions. Get, set, all the data, regardless of how that data is stored or defined in the class you're working with. Okay, so that all sounds well and good until we get to the part. You know what? Maybe the problem is I hate modern software. And that might sound excessive, but maybe I'm thinking these just don't integrate as cleanly as I want them to, and I need massive API wrappers. I'm trying to integrate, this might be on me, I'm trying to to fill data into the front end template, okay? We have these drop-down boxes. Let me just show this as an example. So we have this and then this over here. I defined a list of dictionaries, and I have the key, name, data for this and this. This is not going to actually exist like this in the real code, but just as an example. Then in the web front end, for the media handlers, which is what this is here, it iterates through the list as M, and then for each M, it prints the name, and then somewhere else it prints the whatever other thing. For each thing in data, which is a sub list, it prints out each one as an option. So what I would realistically need what do I need? Trying to optimize too early? No, I'm trying to figure out how this will work at all. Small break. We're ending stream in 20 minutes. Making an interface is a lot of work. Yeah, I think that's what this is I need to come up with my interface and define it. I think I need to make a heavier API is what it comes down to. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what it is. I'm not trying to optimize. I'm not thinking big enough is what it comes down to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this. All right, I don't think we should do any of this today. I think this one's going to be complicated. I think it's going to be really complicated. Sorry, I'm so quiet. Yeah, this is... Yeah, the scope of how to implement that's kind of dawning on me. Defaults be in JSON files? I don't really think that will help. Because it's just going to have to be read anyway. There's not a lot of difference between putting the values in JSON files as opposed to just having them hard-coded. All right, I think we have to start defining some dummy code. It's inescapable. That's what it comes down to. Let's see, what did I screw up here? Let's undo all of that. And then let's kind of save where we're at. Tomorrow we'll do a little bit more of this. Git law or diff. Okay. Config read got relocated, yeah. And that all looks right. Yep. We can get rid of that fake controller object thing. I don't want that. Okay, import OS, sys and JSON got added, default settings. That's good. Config read got moved to there. That function changed dramatically. Render template, that all looks correct. That got changed from just the path got changed, okay. Sounds more like an enterprise grade solution. The problem is how extensible it has to be by nature. And the shortcuts like that are what made the other what made PyDescript so unmaintainable. So, Snow, let me put it in perspective this way. All right? I have a grease weasel, I got a floppy drive. I have 3 Blu-ray drives in the CD robot. I have another grease weasel that's got a 360K drive and a 1.2 meg drive connected to it. There's a separate DVD drive in this computer. At home, I have a grease weasel with a 1.2 meg and 1.4 meg drive built into an external enclosure. I also have the OmniDisc flashed Blu-ray drive. Then I also have a non-OmniDisc flash Blu-ray drive in my desktop. So basically, I'm going to be making config files for this stuff all over for different use cases. The idea... Get into templating if you want to make the interface multilingual. I'm not going to make the I'm not going to support multiple languages. Sorry, just not. That's out of scope. If we want later, all of the UI things could be like wrapped behind some kind of language library, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Well, the problem is I myself set this software up, at least PyDescript. I use it in all sorts of different ways and all sorts of different places with different configs and different everything. So I know already that it's going to need to be slightly robust and support different things. Now let me keep going through this. Config port path, that all looks correct. All I did was add loading from the settings file. That looks right. Added the settings to the current app. Added that. That we don't actually need, but I'm not going to bother messing with it. All right. Git commit -am. Save, load, config started. Let's call it git push. Well, lots of different devices. The device types are limited due to how they are interfaced with. So that part is not as difficult as you might think. Yeah, we will be looking at this tomorrow now because I definitely just need time to think about the problem and work through it. So it's not something where I can just bite it off a little piece at a time. I got to work on it more tomorrow. Git add if I create any new files. Git status. Nope, at least not any ones that I want to commit. I didn't think I did. I know it doesn't add new files. I don't want it to. -A adds files that you have changed. That didn't add any new files. Okay. I think my concern over this will start to make sense as we implement it more. But the next step that I'm not going to actually commit here yet is definitely going to be along the lines of this. Folder data. Well, Vamptonius is the redo from start. That's the thing. So controllers. And then yeah, this is the redo. Yeah, I didn't want a folder. Touch. Wait, it's not the right path. Touch. Blah. That. Okay. Class. Controller. Object. Just as a rough sketch out so I can get an idea mulling around in my head. Def. Build. Settings, or settings build, let's say. Settings. Build. Settings UI. Build. Self. Then def, underscore, init. Does this take self? I don't remember. We'll just do it, whatever. We will have self settings. And then we'll just start with name. You love thinking about this stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This sucks. I hate this. This UI has to be so complicated. And I don't have to have it be perfect, but there has to be able to do like here, let me just say the words. I need to be able to support different data types and limit those data types for what go in there, as well as error check them. So like when you input the serial port, it should check if that file path actually exists or if you just typed it wrong. It should look if bin is an int, and then maybe if it is out of scope, or it's either that or I have everything just be a string and then just hope. I don't know. Do I define data types in this? Like, think about if there is a single setting that is just a bool. Like, oh, say, do we double step when reading with a floppy drive? That needs to be a checkbox. This is public. You guys could go clone this repo. It's just not on GitHub because I hate GitHub. And I'm kind of trying to move away from it. Man, that's awful. That really changes the nature of the beast. Okay, well, I have to define anything? Majenko, here's the pain in the butt part. When I do the list in the web interface, I have to be able to represent those UI elements somehow. So essentially, I'm going to have to predefine the data type in the, I'm just going to call it a dictionary, whatever API nonsense I exchange between Python files. There's going to be something in there that says, this is this. And then there'll be an if statement in here that says, if checkbox, then have line that is checkbox. Else if int, then print text box with the int setting or something along those lines. Dynamic UI, it has to be. That's the whole problem that we're having here. That's what I was showing here. Don't, that's futile. My only other option is just have everything be a stream or string. It's all part of your get details for parameter function. Yeah. Majenko, this is not Python. This is HTML preprocessor Ninja. It's very dumb. It has to be a dict. Maybe that's where our disconnect is. This has to be a dict. All data must be pre-formatted by the time it hits this. This is a Jinja. Okay, apparently it's not Ninja. It's this. I know I can write a whole library to handle forms. I've done it before. And it just treated everything as a string. So, fun fact, this is basically the whole thing that I'm talking about over here. And the way that this works and why I'm agonizing over this so much is that this dumps every single option possible for everything from a single dictionary. That's why we have CD and redumper, even though redumper doesn't have any settings. And it just prints it all here and it's all just strings. So if you want to screw this up as much as you want, you can. Yeah. This is why it has to be pre-formatted, because I'm doing this in the HTML templates. That's Decimator, that's what I'm saying. And the whole idea that I've been battling with here is how we prepare the template. I think what I didn't think that I would need is like a whole preprocessor function or class or whatever that's going to end up generating these HTML things, but I think I do. And it's just accepting that is the difficult part. And it might seem like, you could just accept it all being text boxes, not implement any of this stuff. I'm going to be completely real. When I go and I set up, like maybe I need to rip another thing and I lost the settings file for what I was archiving last because it's just like one JSON file. Redefining this stuff sucks. I always screw it up. I need for my own sake, because I will go months between using this. Jinja is a Python equivalent to Blades. I don't know what Blades is other than like sharp stabby things. Jinja is the Flask preprocessor for HTML. It does not do function calls back to Python. As far as I'm aware, essentially you can pass it dictionaries and it can do operations on the data in the dictionaries only. It cannot reach back out in any other way. So I have to pre-fill everything into a dictionary to pass it into Jinja so that it can then process that into the HTML. Oh, fun fact. No, actually. But also, yes. Oh. Everything I was saying is wrong. Well, when PHP can natively interface with Python modules, then we'll talk. Oh yeah, coffee. It's going to be DOM manipulation. It's not going to be Python. It's going to be written in JavaScript. I literally said this here. I'm going to have a drop-down menu where you pick the controller type and then a button that you click and then it adds it. It adds it live in JavaScript. So it does still need to be a dictionary, but that dictionary will be passed as a JSON chunk from the back end. All right, let's just end this all. And no more. We're done for today. I'm walking away. No more computers. That's it. We're done. All right. Typewriter stream tomorrow? No. We're doing more of that. And I probably won't have parts for this. So x86. Yeah, I don't there's a lot of weird stuff like that. I just don't get spending the time on it. Or if people are spending time on it, or just asking an AI to do it for them. I don't know anymore. It's getting hard to know what to care about with things like that, which is such a fun place to be in. But anyway, it's time to run the outro. All right, well, we will be back to this tomorrow. I need a break, and we have to figure out how we're going to handle the next part, because it sucks, and I think I'm doing a lot of APIs that I didn't initially plan on doing, because I don't really think I have a choice. So, yay. We're going to get to do a thing that I did not really think through too much until just now, and now it's going to be a lot of fun. So I think tomorrow we might do our first WebSockets, actually, because the way that I've been wanting to do the whole web interface is avoiding JSON fetch requests in JavaScript, and in favor use WebSockets. Excuse me. So I think this is going to be the first time where when we add a controller, it'll send a WebSocket request to get the data for the default controller settings, and then you'll be able to adjust it, and then it'll get saved. But yeah. Launch second channel video? Oh yeah, good call. I was 100% gonna forget that. 100% gonna forget it. As I drove home thinking about, well, I'm not even, yeah, just Python garbage. Ugh. Get in my face, YouTube. I don't care. YouTube's like, oh, your account's 15 years old. Woo, yay. And I'm just like, close, skip, let me publish the next video. Okay, edit, unlisted, public, save. All right, on the second channel, go watch a real-time thing. Or front end, I don't know what Ajax is. Here's the thing, if I'm implementing one way of doing server-client communication, I'm using it for everything. So it's gonna be WebSockets for all the stuff. I don't want to have multiple different server client APIs. Anyway, we're about to run out of time for the outro, so I'm just gonna hit the printer button now. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, bye.